Twitch chat. Hello. I don't know how much I can talk. We'll find out. We'll find out together. Hey Blazor, hey Error, hey Zealous, hey Connexi, hey Stampeezy. Stampy, thanks for the 38 months. Our Budweiser, hello, hey Mystic Rogue. Hey Wonton, thanks for the 38 months. Raffle, hello, hey Serious Goblin, hey Enda.jpg, hey Gyaki. Mathnor, hello. Hey Blah, hey Dodofish, hey Bibbit. I only listen to hip hop when I aren't feeling. When I'm not feeling? AG Gibbs. The last time I listened to Atmosphere was last week when I saw Atmosphere live. Diablo 6 to 101 months. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Wakrias, hey, Iron Thorium. Hey, 0 plus. Bilbo Baggins action figure, hello. Yeah, Wakrias. I am trying to be well for Slay the Spire 2 launch. I think I will be. I think, like, I had some sort of cold flu COVID thing. I don't know. Oh, right, this. Right. Let me know if the audio clips, by the way. I changed my mic settings a little bit. How do I fix this? I wonder if that's actually... I shouldn't show you the settings because it is possible there are secret settings that are like Easter eggs that you don't know about yet. There should be some panel where I can change where band vote is. There we go. Alright, you can have that. How about that? How's that? Makes me say the world is on fire. Well, last night as I was winding down for sleep, I checked the news, and the US was bombing Iran. Yeah, that's mostly why. Hey, Meowmer the Meowmer. Hey, Hercules. Yeah, it was probably the kids, I would guess. Hey, Scotty. Hey, Captain Trist. Hey, Draco Ape. Hey, Wife Lover. Hey, Wireframe Wife. The ban thing doesn't actually ban anyone. It doesn't work. Anyhow, Sinucci. Dylan, hello. Oh, wow. Cool. Hey, Jalzilla. Hey, Pontius Pilatus. Action Jane. Crow's Tongue, hello. Tissery Chicken, thanks for the 33 months. I don't like this act very much. I guess we can, like, do 2 elites in the back half of the act and just get strong on the way. Because probably that's... Unless we get something very good from the whale, that's a little unreasonable to get. Actually, we could go 1 HP enemies. It's okay. Choose a rare for a curse is like so-so. Upgrading a card is so-so. Visualize upgrade's fine. Just isn't like incredible. Let's try it. Did I fix the stream summary? I changed the stream summary and didn't test it. So, who knows? If I put all 3 of these cards in my deck, I could already beat the heart, probably. I think I'm going to take Fumes in a Hexaghost act. Makes sense to me. I have to take Poison Stab over Footwork. Just need more damage. I'm gonna go right and hope this isn't a fight. Cool. Yeah, I've only done Ironclad so far, Disco Shark. I will do some more of that later this stream, though. Thank you for the 34 months, Irrational as Pie. Take care of your heart in these times. You're welcome, Tuba. Oh no, we got you covered, Blue. Yeah, hope everybody's doing well. Pocket Watch makes me want Tools of the Trade less. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me. I'm not sure I could articulate why, though. One of the changes I attempted to make was making the bot show emotes in text messages, but apparently that didn't work. It's gonna be a good time finding out what this all does and doesn't do. I think it's harder for me to get into discard stuff right now when I already have 2 poison cards and I have a pocket watch, which makes taking things like prepared a lot worse, right? Like if I get offered prepared right now, it probably gets skipped because of pocket watch and the fact that I already have these things. So I think because of that, tools is worse. That kind of all flows logically to me. I don't know if it's right, but it is a thought. Lazar, thanks for the 105 months. Appreciate it. My potions are fine. I would prefer a damage potion, but please skip this one. Kirsten. Deadly poison? Did I play Pocket Watch right in that fight, by the way? It's like, I have Pocket Watch, but I had not realized that I had Pocket Watch for the entirety of the fight. So, we have 18 damage. 31. If next turn I play these attacks, it's dead, yeah. Hold on, is that 31? This is 22. I need 7 damage, so I do have to play both strikes. Or Deadly Poison. I can play Deadly Poison, Survivor, Defend with Speed Potion. Is that better than playing Strike, Strike, Survivor? The second Defend blocks for 5. But the Deadly Poison makes attack for 4 more? Oh my god. I believe that's 1 health better. So I'd be blocking for 23. It would be attacking me for 38, so I take 15 damage. 15 damage. Whereas if I go Strike, Strike, Survivor, 13, 28, I also take 15 damage. Did I do the math wrong? I might have done the math wrong. I did the math wrong. Carl Sagan! I didn't know you streamed on Twitch. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. The awkward moment when one tab you're watching raids the other tab you're watching. Now you can watch me twice. Hey, Original Techno. Exciting, thanks for gifting a sub to Carl Sagan. We were trying to work this out. If I play 3 skills, I get attacked for 39. And I get to block for 23. Which I believe means I take 16 damage. Whereas if I play 2 strikes and a survivor, I block for 13 and get attacked for 28, which means I take 13 damage. Isn't... Hold on. I get attacked for 37? No, I get attacked for 37 with 23 block. Take 14 versus 15. Okay. My brain's like kind of here today. Don't use block potion as well. Is a Hexago stacked? Iffy. I think I'm going to. Let's just cash it in. I have been sick for last week, and I'm doing some like insomnia stuff, so my brain might not be firing 100% tonight. Sorry. A lot of that math was me trying to make my brain work. It kind of worked. Worked a little bit. This is a bad Dux potion. Should have saved it for Lagavillana Centers. Usually, if you can get like 5 HP out of a Dex potion, it's worth using. But in this spot with Pentagraph, I don't think that is as true. You're welcome, Buddy Trouble. You're doing well. It's kind of Noxious Fumes and the belief that Noxious Fumes is good, and like nothing else. I sure hope Noxious Fumes is good. I guess I have a pocket watch. Oh! Pocket watch has ruined everything. I think I'm gonna take a dagger spray. I just kind of need it for next act. Because I'm like taking Crippling Cloud over almost every card, I don't think I'm meant to upgrade Neutralize. It's okay. I could even upgrade Dagger Spray. Hopefully, like, I don't need that until Gremlin Leader, really. Hopefully I just find the better things. It would be much better to have Dex Potion now than for that last fight, pretty sure. Although, I don't know, it gave me some value in the last fight. I take that back, actually. The chat things are back. The chat things are back. Is it better to play Poison Stab or Dagger Spray? Nine and 11. Let's kill it. That wasn't a cough because I'm sick. That was a cough because I said 9/11. Yeah. Could chat win a run if they had 41,766 HP. Yes. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. You could also lose the run, though. You could do things like play Eruption before the Hexaghost attacked on turn 2, for example. I wouldn't put that past you either. I just, like, I don't know, I have no way to block whatsoever, but I have an upgraded Catalyst, upgraded Deadly Poison, upgraded Noxious Fumes. That's what Act 1 did. Wild, right? Sure. Easy to read. Pretty sure we've got tons of damage here and we can just defend for 1 HP when it's offered. Not one of those close Hexaghost fights where you're thinking about dealing 6 damage and taking 5 kinds of things. Oh yeah, Pocket Watch makes my deck a lot better in every way, including making it so I'm better at blocking. I could just draw Survivor and neutralize more often, right? Skip. Unfortunate. I love Thousand Cuts so much, it doesn't feel pickable here. Especially, I have an Explosive Potion even. Finish moving to your new place, you have to confine the cat to the garage for the first day or 2. So we're chilling in here, watching Spire on your phone. Sounds like a good time. Pocket Watch presumably makes Empty Cage worse. It also kind of makes Fusion Hammer worse. And it makes everything else worse. Like, it's just responsible for more of the winning, so nothing else can be as responsible for the winning, so everything else is worse. It makes, like, Fiend Fire better. I don't think I'm playing that character, though. So I have damage for the run. Not fully worked out, but worked out enough that it feels like Fusion Hammer would be fairly free in that regard. Like, I'm not gonna fail to deal enough damage because I can't upgrade a damage card. I don't think. I already got Catalyst upgraded and Fumes and Deadly Poison. I do not have anything in the way of block, though. So taking Fusion Hammer means I can't upgrade a Wraith form. It means I can't upgrade a Footwork. It means I can't upgrade any defensive card in order to Nightmare it. It's a pretty real cost to doing it. I also have Sustain here with Pantograph, which makes me less excited to rest at campfires. I don't know. I think this is close between all 3, and they're all completely different. It's very hard to compare them to each other, right? Tiny Jorbs excited for Slay the Spire too. Tiny Jorbs is ready for it to be spring, I think. This is a later stream than usual, yeah. Huh. I don't know. Let's try this one. Is it right? Maybe. I'm not convinced. Maybe I should have taken that tactician. How has the weekend treated me so far? It's the weekend? Brief. It was wild. Was Catalyst in the bottom two cards of my hand? I feel like I don't draw Catalyst there unless I take Empty Cage. Huge. I don't think this deck is taking a Terror, right? Is it taking Bane? That's an interesting thought. I do have a Smiling Mask, and I've done a good job of removing basics. I think this deck's kind of aiming higher than Relics. Like, for example, I don't think this deck wants Vajra to do anything. Whereas other decks might care about Vajra. Anchor and Horncleave do things. And all the Relics do stuff for this act. I'm just gonna leave though. My weekend so far has been like failing to sleep at night and then sleeping not enough during the day, and that's what I'm up to. So, we're bringing a certain what the fuck is going on energy to the stream tonight, which I hope people will enjoy. Footwork is a way to block. And I think Escape Plan's very good now. But I can't buy it and duplicate Catalyst, which is upsetting. Because it is very good right now. That's a lot of messages on screen at once. Yucky! Thanks for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Too many messages on screen? Oh, they're all gone now. Sub messages stay longer. Randomly heard the song last week after 10 years? Yeah. Wonder why this song's having a moment, huh? Hard to say. Let's take another Catalyst. Was this song just straight up based on Donald Trump? Like, this is from GW era, right? RLSU thinks it's 27 months. It's just sometimes the lyrics sound like what he would say. Oh, Flowbot's released new songs. That's really cool. Didn't realize that. When was the last time I changed the chat ticker? Like 5 years ago, maybe? Song was against the Iraq War. Which one? Yeah. This is what Dagger Sprays in my deck for, like almost exactly, so that's kind of cool to see it paying off. I think we just take a Piercing Whale, yeah? Seems fine. Turn the game sounds up. The game sounds are muted on the Twitch stream. You were hoping to hear them. Check out the YouTube stream. Are they too low on the YouTube stream? Is that what you're asking about? Maybe you know that and you're asking for me to turn them up for the YouTube stream. I don't know. I can play this for 6 health, but I draw 3 fewer cards next turn. I feel like drawing 3 cards is likely to save me 6 health next turn. And then the fight's over, right? Hope so. It sure isn't. Cool. We've seen Piercing Wail do its thing. We've seen Dagger Spray do its thing. Mr. Android. Healing. I mean... You know what? I feel human today. That's a thing I wasn't feeling, like, 2 days ago. Take those. Gotta get Mystic stuck, healing Centurion over and over again. So let's do this. Standard, turn 7 Noxious Fumes or whatever. Good card. I think I have to. Acro's good, but Bouncing Flask Plus probably a little bit too good not to take. Sure. It's another footwork. The way we win is like take an energy relic and play 3 block cards per turn. It's kind of a boring way to win. But it does win. Unless it loses. Hey, Buff Man. Does the on-screen chat look like it's at a lower resolution than the rest of the stream? Fascinating. That's not a thing I have any ability to interface with. I don't even know what that really means from a coding perspective. I did code the on-screen chat plugin. Maybe I did it wrong. Maybe it's just being resized strangely. Am I using a true type font? You want to, like, do a source code debug together right now? I think we just play the silent run right now. Don't worry about it. I'll take a look at it before the next stream. I kind of want to go here and upgrade footwork. I kind of want to go here and rest. I kind of want to go here to get another relic. You know what? Hourglass probably makes the elites non-threatening. I was also considering going here to not die. But if this is Gremlin Leader or Book of Stabbing and I have Hourglass. Sorry, not Book of Stabbing, Slavers. But I have Hourglass and Explosive Pot. And Dagger Spray. It should be okay. I could upgrade Neutralize at this point. Check your quality. Yours was set to really low. Maybe it looks bad when it's encoded down to lower quality. Which I don't even know how you would code something to make that less true. Is that what true type font means? Did I take a deflect? I have double footwork and 3 energy. It kind of feels like I should take a deflect. I got 1 deflect in the deck. Can't be that bad. The ball. Love the Neutralize upgrade. Ideally it doesn't do anything, is the issue with that one. It's aiming very low. Oh no, looks like I'm dead. Ooh. Good stuff. Calculator Gamble's a good card. Do we take apparitions here? Do we beat Arena here? How do I feel about the board of silent cards? Border of silent cards. It says R2 being made slightly brighter green. It's an interesting question. They probably, like, had a design direction aimed toward... This is the first time I've seen that one work. One of the things I've been doing while sick is, like, fever dream coding features for my chat that I think would be cool. I don't know how cool that one was. Dr. Walkenoff, thanks for the 6 months. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed the Reddit pop post. Yeah, probably they just wanted like a little bit more bright, whimsical color in the game, would be my guess, which meant updating the colors of the characters from the first game. But then you have the thing where people who have played 10,000 hours of the first game look at it and think it's wrong. I don't know. Interesting puzzle for a game developer, isn't it? Trying to work out the difference between these. Like, Arena's the best thing here. I don't want bites. I'm not convinced I want apparitions. I guess if I get offered apparitions, I take them and win. Probably. I don't have a defensive potion. I don't have any relics to stop me from just getting hit for 33 on a bad turn 1. That's just that we'll get used to it. Well, what if, I'll do this one. What if you're going back and forth between Spire 1 and 2, though, for example? Like, every time you switch, the colors of the character you were playing are suddenly different. I feel like that could be a little disorienting. Mod one to match the other. That's an idea. I think you can mouse over this. Oh, you can't mouse over this. It doesn't work. I assumed that would work. I've been betrayed. I'm gonna claim that I calculated that ahead of time. By ahead of time, I mean like 3 turns ago. I made another copy of Catalyst. We're gonna upgrade Malaise. See, this is like the issue with Neutralize upgrade, right? Like if I had upgraded Neutralize, like I would now have the ability to put 12 weak on an enemy instead of 11 or whatever. Slight over-exaggeration. You think I don't like Yetis? Please. Please? Somebody have my Catalyst? Interesting. Guess I'm getting hyper beamed. I will acknowledge they are weak at certain points and not try to force them. Okay. If this were to die to Dagger Spray next turn, I think I win the fight. Looks like it to me. Believe it's over. Neutralize plus would be huge right now. The enemy's dead. I upgraded Catalyst instead and the enemy's dead. Also neutralizes in my hand. But but like see? Like I upgraded the other ones and instead of getting hit for 42, it's dead. Like different, right? Good grief. I guess I'll take a Wraith. I don't know. Like, I'd kind of love to take a burst instead. It's very good here. Like, very, very good. I might just take a burst. Might run into issues with Reptimancer. I've got an explosive potion still. Act 4 elites could be a pain. But I've got a pantograph. Oh, yeah. I did want a 4th energy at that point. Whoops. I guess this deck can take Choker actually. I'm so used to Choker just being unpickable that I like didn't even see it was on my screen. I regret picking Choker. Like, terrible. I don't know. Didn't take very long. Ouch. Boom, 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 boom. Ouch. We have 4 catalysts. We got 2 catalysts. Darklings is not a particularly good fight for us. I'm gonna take a dodge roll plus. Very happily. Sure. Do I want a hip hop today? I do. I don't want a hip hop day every day. But also, I want other things. It's strange being a human. I kind of want chocolate milk. Ooh, or strawberry milk. No strawberry milk? It's like exclusively artificial flavors, yeah? I don't imagine there are any strawberries in it. Be on a bus tomorrow for 4 hours. It's a pretty long bus ride. I think I can remove dagger spray before fighting Reptimancer. That seems a little scuffed. Maybe remove a defend. You remember when milk got banned? I vaguely remember that that's the thing that happened. I think I can beat Hexaghost. Probably. Cool. Tough bandages. You know, it's a good relic. I can't think of any time I've ever been playing a silent run and thought that tough bandages was weaker than it is right now. But I still have a calculator to gamble. It's just a really good relic. Cool. Yeah, happy with that, I guess. I kind of feel like I should go to the campfire. Like, if I fight multiple Reptimancers, maybe I run into problems because I don't have the explosive potion for the second one. The thing is, I don't want a question mark because I just got Mind Bloom, so the question mark can't really be good. Yeah. Molly thinks the prime. Like, question marks can still be okay, but that's about it. I don't think I have to, like, burst Catalyst here. We just try to take no damage if it takes for 30. This math's kinda weird. Think that. Am I cool with you backseating Slay the Spire too, but keeping it to yourself? Huh? I don't know if that counts as backseating. Alright, I've still got 2 Catalysts in the burst. I don't have to play Bouncing Flask here. GG. Sounds like having your own thoughts. That, I'm glad you clarified. No. No. None of your own thoughts, thank you. I would like you to think mostly about, I don't know, the thoughts of, well, I don't know, but definitely not your own thoughts. I know that much. Think about subs and bits. Not necessary, but always appreciated. Which elites are the most kissable? Every elite's kissable, if the kid can read. Okay, that Machedberg mashup. Actually, at this time in history. Anyway. I love elites because they can never break. They just turn into stairs. Am I gonna beat Donut? Well, I might not fight Donut. If I do, I'm probably gonna put 300 poison on it, and then it'll be dead. Noxious Fumes is really useful for clearing artifact charges, but also I just block for enough that I can, like, take some turns to clear the artifact charges. It's not a big deal. Between second Malaise and second Catalyst. Third Catalyst, actually. My bad. I think I've got enough damage, right? Take another Malaise. How did I get all my health back? Oh, Pantograph and Mind Bloom. I missed that had happened. Useful. Get to play 2 more cards. Not bad. We actually shouldn't be talking about Kissable elites and Slay the Spire because it breaks one of the principal rules of the internet. In Google Slay the Spire elites rule 34 and have it explained to you there if you're curious. I think probably we just won the fight now. I can play literally any card. Just all of them work. Do it this way. Can we talk about pineapple on pizza? I think it's good. I don't think there are many things you can put on warm bread that I won't enjoy. I think that is actually a little bit of like a personality thing for me. My personality is I am capable of enjoying delicious things on bread. Do I still have dagger spray in the deck? That's useful. I might just turn here. Like, I could malaise this, I could poison stab in some way that could be useful. But I think with Explosive Potion, we're good. I could get super early Reptimancer. That could kill the run. I mess with Escargot. I don't think so. I cannot think of any time in my life I have had Escargot. Wait. Drew Bob, thanks for 77 months. I am glad I did not remove Dagger Spray from my deck. It did something kind of relevant there. I have fed on Time Eater. That is true. There's some food I don't eat because, like, I feel like, you know, it's unethical or unhealthy or whatever. But, like, secretly, I think, in a way which is, like, I'm really even lying to myself. Secretly, I might just not like the food. So I'm, like, you know, making myself feel like I'm doing something, like, good and conscientious with my eating decisions when really I just, like, don't like it very much. That is not how I am with calamari. Calamari is so good. And I feel so bad. Like, I feel, like, bad in retrospect having eaten calamari. I don't even feel bad about, like, the prospect of eating it again. I think back to the time I ate calamari last and think, like, oh, I was eating an octopus. It is so good. But octopuses are so smart. Eh. I'm not taking damage next turn. I guess I can just Bouncing Flask. To equate intelligence with the value of a life. Fascinating. Now you're making me feel bad for feeling bad. When is it going to end? This cycle of violence. I could have just played Malaise without playing Piercing Wail, right? Goodbye, the Nemesis. Escape Plan Plus. Interesting. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 total non-hits in a 25 card deck. That's like a pretty good card. Piercing Wail Plus is also a pretty good card, but I do have 2 of them and 2 melees, which makes it substantially less important. I think we take this. So next fight could be Angry Reptimancer. I think we just kind of have to bottle Calculated Gamble then. I also thought I saw the poison hit for 104 through Intangible. I also thought I saw that. I have like a communication mod turned on. I have the Jorbs Wanderer trilogy turned on because I looked at the things. There might be a bug in my Wanderer trilogy because it does have Intangible as a mechanic. That is what I'm guessing just happened. Cheating. I don't think it changed the outcome of the run. I'm not super worried about it from like a competitive integrity kind of standpoint right now. I did get Super Elite Reptimancer with no Explosive Potion left. Kind of bad. Do I want to shoot this so that I don't get a wound? That's too far in the future for me to care. Meow, thanks for gifting us up to Cuckoo for Cocoa Puff. Good. Kind of just want to malaise here. I take some damage, but I do have a Pantograph. And I get to Pocket Watch, which feels like a big deal next turn. I could also Deadly Poison. 7, 9. Oh, I don't have Fumes in play, actually. 7, 6. 15. Get 6. I could burst Deadly Poison. And then I'd have 1 card left. I think with Piercing Wails, next turn, Malaise isn't actually that valuable, right? Oh, also I have Captain's Wheel next turn? Okay, I just care about taking as little damage as possible this turn. Which is like... this. I think. Raptor is kind of messed up. Do not roll 34 Reptimancer. There are so many good things I can draw. Or I could draw those. Oh. Did I have lethal? I didn't even consider that. Deadly Poison, Catalyst, Burst Catalyst. That sure seems like it would kill it. God, I'm like asleep. It's okay. This is another way to have lethal. You just have to believe me. We're just taking the scenic route. Boop, boop. 0 damage taken. RNG manipulation to get a catalyst. Well done. Do I want another catalyst? I feel like I kind of don't. Because I have Tough Bandages and Captain's Wheel, maybe I can afford to take it. Or catalysts could have given us the score bonus. That's a good thing to keep in mind. That line would have put Ink Bottle on 9 if I had it. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I took it. A good player gets their reps in. Just in case. I was watching a StarCraft VOD where after the player won the game, they just kept going. Like, they just kept doing all of their macro cycles and destroyed every building their opponent had and stuff. That's me fighting the Reptomancer right there. Another piercing whale? Sure. I believe my deck is upgraded enough that Apotheosis isn't actually good. Take another calculated gamble. Slay the Spire is a hard game. That is true. Adequate's pretty good here too. I'm alright. Not Aurori. Didn't feel like a situation where variance was, like, in my favor, if that makes sense. If you are in a situation where, like, the run is close or whatever, then variance is neutral. If you're in a situation where you're losing the run, then variance is good. We're in a situation where it's very difficult for us to lose the run, so just taking a certain option that, like, increases chance to win by 1% or whatever should be enough. Meter is having a bad fight so far. Not Time Eater's best day. One catalyst, please. Probably shouldn't have left the clock on 11. Kind of the only way I could take damage. But I do have a pantograph, so what would it even mean? Healing. Wait, actually, I'm gonna strip an artifact charge from Donu here. Doesn't really have to do with which one I want to kill first. It has to do with I don't want Donu to have 2 artifact charges this turn. And that's why. I took 2 damage. It is better not to take damage in this fight. I think I'll be okay, though. Sure. Does Donu ever wish for hips so that they too would sway? You don't think Donu's swaying? I think there's a bit of a sway there. I certainly feel swayed by the dance. I would vote for Donu. $66, 198. Is that more than 234? I don't think it is. You'd vote for Shakira? I would be concerned about music industry executives having too much sway if a famous musician was elected. I tend to think that, like, a lot of musicians are pretty cool, awesome people. But the amount that I think that, like, there are a lot of music industry executives who are not is pretty high. I wonder if that's just how I feel about every industry, though. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Haven't examined that much. They're pretty cool, except the ones who are awful. I think something you get with artists is that they're good at, like, communicating the things they feel, right? So you get some people who you, like, feel very strongly put off by, and some people who really sync up well with you, and, like, probably on aggregate, as a, like, field of humans or whatever, they're not that different from other humans, but the thing you learn about them from what they do in the world is very different. I'll take a Well-Laid Plans Plus. That seems good. It's upgraded. But thanks for the 13 months, appreciate it. Just do this, right? I think so. Cool, I was right. Am I going to be doing an affiliate link for Spire 2? Like, I'll get paid for you to buy the game? I didn't make it, so... Seems kind of unfair to the people who made it, right? No, I don't have anything like that going on. Can't sub. I just like watching the content as support. Don't beat yourself up too much about stuff like that. Dorculus, thanks for the 60 months, appreciate it. Alright, we want this on. I think we might want it on 1. That way we get an extra energy on turn 2, which is the turn we don't have Captain's Wheel. And on turn 1, we kind of want Pocket Watch anyway. I think it's 1, which means I play this. No, we're good. If you aren't on the East Coast, can never stay up for the full stream. Usually I stream earlier in the day than this. My sleep has been not great with this cold that I've been getting over. So I've been like sleeping through the day and stuff. We keep this to strip an artifact charge, that is fine. Swift Potion is good enough, hopefully. I had a blood vial. Oh, I just got a blood vial. Okay. Fumes might be worse than Bouncing Flask if I'm going to play 1. I could play 0 or 2 out of these 2 cards. That's allowed. Feels like with the Catalysts, Bouncing Flask probably does enough, and I just don't have to worry about Fumes ever in the fight. Okay. I guess the hope is we draw our other calculated gamble this turn. Simplify things nicely. If we don't draw our other calculated gamble, we can also just malaise, is what I'm going to do now. Also, I can go like, or I can Piercing Wail, honestly. I guess I want to save Burst for a bigger Catalyst. It shouldn't really matter. Here, let's do this. I'm not too worried about my damage. I won. Oh. It would be weird to lose from here. Hey, bear. I am missing fumes. GG choker run. I feel fairly confident that choker was like positive contribution to the deck there or whatever. Don't forget about the mod after the run. Sure, I will turn that off. 116.01. Let me see if I can find my spreadsheet. I have won 4 runs in a row. Every character. He's unstoppable. We can actually do a linear extrapolation on this data and conclude with some confidence. I mean, unless the world changes drastically from what it is today, that I will never lose again. This one gets an asterisk. True. True. Taking burst over Wraithform was kind of interesting. Presumably, both win, right? I would assume so. Like, how many people contributed to this mod trilogy? Oh, it's me. Alright, I have to... Here. I have to get myself off the screen. It weirds me out. Ray Chase! He did voice acting for it. I forgot about that. I will play another run. However, first I am going to restart the game without the mod trilogy turned on. And after that, we're going to look at Slay the Spire 2 preview cards. So, he's streaming for a bit longer. Did I voice Goblin Leader? Me? I would never. I got to hang out with Ray in January, I think? Yeah, last month. And set up, like, voice acting studio booth thing for him. Well, I helped. He did most of the work, and I, like, lifted some things for him. It was really cool to see, like, his, like, professional equipment and everything. Good night, Mr. Android. I am known for putting Seapool to sleep in, like, the positive way. I forgot to turn the mod off. I restarted the game and just, like, it's exactly the same as before I restarted it. Give me one more try. Is my defect tier list in a shareable link. I am not sure what you mean. You mean the video that I made where I talk about defect for a long time? RNG manipulation? Sure. That's me. At some point this will capture, but not yet. Hello? There it is. Greetings. Ooh, well, it's a lot of gold. Defect doesn't necessarily want to go fight a super elite on floor 6. 7. We are going to take the gold, and we're going to go some sort of left path. I guess we get to choose between this elite without a campfire before or this elite with a campfire before. Probably want this one. Do we want to go here and then we get to choose this way or this way to get the shop instead of going here, at which point if we chose the super elite we'd have to get another shop? I think so. It is kind of committal though. A lot of the variance collapses in the store. Don't know. Ball lightning. I want to take that over cool-headed. Ball lightning versus cold snap is at least a little bit interesting. Ball lightning versus cool-headed, not close. Attack potion. Sure. Oh. I guess we go to the super lead then. Sunder? It's a lot of damage. I'll take one Sunder and then I'm not adding more damage cards to my deck basically. 4/4, gold not found. Does Defect even care about relics? Kinda. I'm thinking about doing this one. Max HP and gold are both good. Like obviously they're good, but on Defect in this run they both seem particularly good. So that's what I was trying to say. The fact that we have 3 attacks means we're less likely to end up with a deck which isn't ever taking damage in hallway fights, and the max HP is nice. A little bit of sustain. The fact we have 404 gold gives us a chance to just hit a membership card straight away in the next shop. We're also buying Hand of Greed in the next shop potentially, so getting more gold kind of stacks with having more gold. Gives us more and more reason to go to lots of shops. It's a lot of reasons. Sunder being weakened on turn 1's definitely a thing, and losing the chest is definitely a thing. I'm gonna do it. Cool, got one of the good ones. I said I wasn't taking any more damage cards, but I'm being offered Hand of Greed. Now what do I do? Spending 330 on Birdface Darn here is like, it's upsetting how reasonable that is. It's actually just a thing that you could convince me was correct to do. 330 gold, Relic doesn't do anything. It's just that strong. I don't want to hand upgrade here, I don't think. I don't think that's right. Like, it's a great card. I have 7 attacks on my deck. Also, Zap and Dualcast do not make block. So in terms of my ability to actually kill things with Hand of Great, not looking great. Sunder Upgrade seems particularly good with Attack Potion, because in Sentries, there's a pretty good chance that it works on turn 1. Maybe I should have gone Zap Upgrade. Well, I didn't know I was drawing this hand. If only, right? Max HP Gremlin will probably hit me for a lot of damage here. That's the reality of the situation. What am I listening to right Is that nice. Okay, cool. Thread Needle's good. Reboot and Rainbow are both probably at least slightly better than Skip. Let's put a first Frost Orb and a Dark Orb for Slime Boss into the deck. That makes sense to me. Toxic Egg. Okay. Alright. It's the return of the Mac. Too many hip-hop artists are named Mac. It's too much. This has to stop. I'm not personally almost ever going to upgrade Rainbow. That's just not what the card's for in my mind. 18, 36, and 32. Sounds like I can defend, yeah? 36 and 32 is 68. Yeah, okay. Another good elite fight. Horn Cleat's a very good relic. Oh my god, that is... Oh. That's disgusting. That's gross. Thank you, Toxic Egg. Gold-plated Cable's a good relic. Wow, okay. Genuinely, there isn't an upgrade here that does anything. I could upgrade Defend. I could upgrade Defend, or I could Rest. Let's Rest. I'd kind of like a little bit more health to be super, super safe against Slime Boss, I guess. I could also have Recalled. Recall was a legal action there, I guess. Grade Defend into Gremlinob. Are we fighting Gremlinob soon? I think I missed that there could be a Gremlinob in this act. Isn't it just the Slime Boss left? It's like a Loop. Loop is nothing I can upgrade. This Act 1 has been a very significant high roll. We prefer illegal actions these days. Fair, fair and true. Yes, it is a very, very silly relic bar. See how frustrating lightning orbs can be? Also, I have a Sunder plus. What an unfair card. Was that a 0 damage slime boss fight? I think it was. I got electrodynamics? Okay. This deck might be better than needing electrodynamics. If you offered Runic Pyramid? Like... Sure. I don't know. I could also have taken the Plasma Orb, probably. Wins about as hard. Okay, still losable though. Defect doesn't line up very well against Book of Stabbing in particular in Act 2. And I have a lot of basics still. Hey, Tonsilli. This makes me want to listen to Eminem, but every time I listen to Eminem, he like says a slur I forgot that he said. Why do you do that, Eminem? I'm gonna take a Turbo Plus. The turbo kind of makes the multicast look good, huh? Do you appreciate that Eminem has stated that he feels bad for using slurs? Yeah, I don't think he's a bad person. However, his music has words in it that make me feel like I'm not having a good time. So, unlucky. Unlucky, because the other words are so cool. Will Smith doesn't even have to swear to sell records. How's Will Smith doing? He used to live in my garden. Eminem's a bad person for other reasons. I think if your bar for good person is higher than Eminem, you're like really asking more than a lot of people do. Still stuck on this multicast. Instead of the multicast, I could take a Panacea, I could take an Abacus. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's kind of a good Abacus. This one has a lot of potential upside. It also might just kind of fall flat on its face and do nothing. Hey, SBR! Just got here. What are we talking about? Hip hop. Rap. Music. What does it mean to be good? What does it mean to be human? Does card remove cost 100? Lock gain 0. Oh. Sure. Okay. That makes the abacus pickup better. This is just internet radio, seeded off of atmosphere. Not really a playlist of any sort. Sure. It is a Book of Stabbing. I'm gonna take some damage here. Maybe I had to do that differently. Whoops. I got looped though. Imagine getting cancelled one day before getting rap tenure. You can get rap tenure? What will the world think of next? Do streamers also get tenure? Kinda, right? Like once you're XQC, you can just do anything and everyone's just gonna have to be okay with it. I think that might be true. I'm gonna keep this potion and just take some damage. It's just being rich overall. But also, like, there's an ecosystem of people whose living is made by, like, interacting with the things he does. So they all have to be like, oh yeah, this thing made me a little bit uncomfortable, but let's see what else he has to say. Kinds of stuff. I'm winning two ways at the same time. I'm like winning with orb scaling and I'm winning with an infinite with abacus. It's a little awkward because like this one's better for orb scaling, this one's better for the infinite. The overclock's actually quite good here. But I think I'm gonna take consume. With turbo recycle, you have to hit like 2 cards that draw more than 2. Or 1 card that draws more than 2? 1 card that draws more than 2 and 1 card that draws 2, right? Something like that. That's not that hard. And overclock doesn't... It adds a burn to your draw pile, so it's not even that good for this use. Winning with 2 ways at the same time, office space. How does office space hold up? Cool-headed draws 2 cards. Still relevant to office work today. Believable. I think I'm okay with Happy Flower and Hornclay. Those are pretty good. The Lost Gift is an excellent relic, though. You take this? Was that lyric Abu Ghraib? Daydreamin' has Abu Ghraib as a lyric? Excuse me? Okay, anyway. I don't really want to spend 100 on this. I don't know. It's kind of expensive now. Oh, what about Meteor Strike? Actually. Yeah. Yeah, what am I even doing? Just win the game. Well. Oh. Some people watching the channel were not born when Abu Ghraib was a thing. Well, it's still a thing, right? Is it still a thing? I don't know. Did it get shut down? What a wild world we live in. Caliostru, thanks for the raid! Hope you're doing well. Invictus, thanks for the 63 months. Turbo? Rainbow? I haven't done the math. Meteor Strike Cool-Headed Plus is one of the simpler infinites this character has. What draws the Cool-Headed? Cool-Headed does. I have 2 of them. How do you think it feels to be like a 40-year-old guy? People love the like show-off rap that you wrote when you were 19. And you have to keep performing it forever. I think about the things that I like did to try to show off when I was 19. I think I'd like to disassociate with them as much as possible, but also maybe just dissociate. Anyway, iPod Dad, thanks for the 61 months, appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Imagine being Paul McCartney. Imagine. I think it's fine to just take a defragment here. It's not, like, incredible, huh? Like, it's very slow. I don't channel Frost Orbs that well. I could have just taken the Glacier Plus that I was offered. Look, I did what I did. Whatever. Whatever. How does it feel to be 66 years old and have people still playing your parody music you wrote when you were much younger? Don't know. Probably at least a little bit cool. People have very different relationships with, like, the art they have produced in the past. Some people are very uncomfortable with it. And some people just like think it's pretty cool. Some people kind of enjoy seeing how it turned out. They're just kind of fun. They were invested in the making of it, and so it's fun to see the end or whatever. Trying to dispel the myth that I'm Weird Al. I think Weird Al would do well at Slay the Spire if he wanted to. He gives would be good at Slay the Spire energy. What about Frank Herbert's son, who is just still writing sequels to Dune? That's gotta be a wild life to live. Is that the author of Dune's name? I think so. I don't know his son's name. I feel like kind of a jackass for not knowing his son's name. Son is Brian. Gotcha. My infinite was not fast enough to set up before I accidentally killed Champ without it. I could use some card removes and some skims. Why does the Champ's armor have an 8-pack? The Champ is 100% like a guy the size of Danny DeVito standing in the leg parts of the armor. 100%. Forgot, thanks for the 55 months. Imagine making it as like the exemplification of a category, but it's short man. Oh. Thanks for the 55 months, Krogoth. I appreciate it. Nice, Roos. I'm glad. And also a lovely person. Yeah. Hell yeah. Like a buffer. I think as long as I'm fighting against a weakened one, it's okay. Your friend group discovered a Bomba. Congratulations. I don't see the issue. Unfortunately, this run wants to fight every hallway fight. Is that true? I think so. They all give me max HP, and I have a toxic egg. It's very distressing. Your favorite import-export combo in Slay the Spire? I keep on looking at... Oh no, I can't remember his name. Shape Hero. Shape Hero Factory? Shape Hero Factory. I keep on looking at it in my Steam and thinking, I should play that more. And I remember what it was like to play it, and then I'm like, maybe I shouldn't. I haven't been taking self-repairs because I have a toy Ornithopter. Is it time to re-examine that? I don't think so. I do that with Loop Hero as well. I hadn't done that with Loop Hero for quite a while, but now that you've mentioned it, I guess I'm going to. Why have you done this to me? Could have just said nothing. Now you're good. How long until we get a Slay the Spire 2 was ruined by going thumbnail? That is an excellent idea for a video that I could make. Oh my god. I could have that done by tomorrow morning. God, what a tremendous question. Slay the Spire 2 was ruined by going woke and appealing to foot fetishists with their most recent trailer. That was egregious. That was a lot of feet. Like, it felt like they knew what they were doing, and it was on purpose. It was a lot of feet. Woke is just everything. Woke is just a word you use to make fun of the world we live in. It used to be a useful word with, like, pleasant and quite important meaning. But I think that's gone now. Sounds awful. Where are the images so you can avoid it? But it originated? Good evening, Wireframe wife. I feel like my health is running out slowly. I should think more about the run instead of the rest of my life, I guess. That is a thing I could do on turn 1. This is a tonal shift. Spend an inordinate amount of time wishing you could wake up. It was 1980 again, and it isn't healthy. It's a good thing to know about yourself, something you could work through with a professional, maybe. Sometimes I think about how I used to be able to see everything without my glasses on. That's like... That's a very, like... a very, like, present way in which I can tell that I'm getting older. I'm okay with getting older. That's fine. But I can, like, notice that it's happening. I want to play attacks. Because I want to keep pen nib on 9, why not? Oh no, I just became a frog. You can fix that if you're okay with lasers in your eyes. I have on occasion read up on like LASIK stuff, and the risk and long-term consequence has always been enough for me to like think, no, my eyes are fine. Not really a thing I want to like risk fucking up, you know? But also I know people who have done it and have gotten a lot out of it, so, you know. I'm not saying that it is clearly a terrible choice or anything either. Just not the way I think about risk or something, I don't know. Possible side effect is that your eyes are itchy forever. I would not like it if my eyes were itchy forever. True. Also, I'm just kind of like, I don't know, I'm fine with wearing glasses. It's not like perfect, but it's fine. Glasses have been cool since the 90s. Core Surge is a lot better than usual with Bottled Seek. Like, usually Core Surge would only be exciting at this point of the run with Bioscog, really, because the heart debuffs you on turn 1. That's the fight you're really caring about, is the heart fight. And you can't draw Core Surge on turn 1. It's often enough for it to make sense to put it in your deck. But I can draw Core Surge on turn 1 every time. Core Surge, Core Surge, Core Surge. My vowels for that go so fucking all over the place. Core Surge. I don't know. I could keep this for Act 4 elites. What is this one for? The regen potion's okay. I have like a Meteor Strike in my deck. I should probably keep it. Smile is a similar surgery with fewer potential side effects. I hope it works out for you. Is this an advertising bot? I don't think the bots are quite that bad yet. Imagine if like companies had bots surveying the internet, like polling the auto-generated closed captions for different channels and looking for channels where they were talking about LASIK, and then a bot came in to talk about their product instead. Like, oh man. I don't know. It's actually, like, here's the thing. I could code that. Yeah. Oh no. Well... Yeah, I don't think you're a bot. Although that's exactly what a bot would say is. Nice, Humpabella. Okay. Just rest here. These upgrades don't do a lot. This deck's missing a fission, and it's regretting not having a fission a decent amount. Be a much stronger deck with a fission in it. Also never found a skim. My card draw is pretty limited, right? Like, it's a very slow infinite, despite having had a toxic egg almost all run. Liquid memory is a lot worse when you don't have a glacier. Not being able to get a big ball card is an issue for it. I do have a Rugen Force Body Plus, though, for what it's worth. This one at least does something as the Act 4 elites, I guess. Maybe Awakened one? Can I just panic button? Yes. I guess the good news is you don't get anything for being a good Twitch chatter. Because it also wouldn't be hard to write a bot that was better at chatting in Twitch than... Sorry, I take it back. I've been trying to improve. Be more positive. Alright. It's a lot of lightning orbs. This is 42. Like exactly enough. How do you tell if you're a bot? Try unplugging yourself, maybe? That's the best I got. Is Hazel the Cleric the only way that you can get a boss reward from the floor 50 fight? Is that a boss reward? Because it depends what you think boss reward means. Pantograph. Pantograph's at the start of the next fight, though, not the end of the previous one. I noticed that I got something at the end of the fight, and I was trying to think of, like, is there anything else where that ever happened? I don't know. Idle thoughts. Obviously not a very big deal either way. I thought about, like, meat on the bone and burning blood, but they... just give you current HP, which doesn't feel like a reward in my brain right now. Mostly, we're having an adventure in my brain, which is slightly irritated that it's awakened at work right now, I guess. If I play Panic Button, I have an artifact charge. Seems fine then. You're welcome, Molly Football. Use rap, vocal, jazz. Genuinely, yes. Well, it's more that jazz is instrumental rap, actually, because rap is older than jazz. You know what's older than rap? Your mother. That's good to know, I guess. Thank you for sharing. Rap started in the 70s if we're being generous. Homer is rap, my friend. The first thing that the ancient Greeks wrote down when they were like, we can write down literature, was rap. Good evening. Jorbs was a 24-month sociological study conducted by Harvard University. We're now complete with our study. Thank you for your time. These are the results of the study. Not convinced by how that one looked. The new messages have to come out on front of the old messages, right? This seems pretty clear. Is this what's happening in my brain right now? Basically. It's meant to last for 30 seconds, but the last time I ran this it crashed by like overpolling the browser or something, so I don't know if it will actually ever leave. Yes! Alright, nice. Okay, cool. Cool. I think it eventually leaving does make the experience more pleasant, at least to me. Messages need to not obscure the word cloud. No, it's way funnier that the messages obscure the word cloud. What are you talking about? That's like the best part of the joke. Have I heard that Slay the Spire 2 is coming out? What's that? Slay the Spire 2. Is that like based on a game that is already like a sequel to something? It's a Bellatra-like. Nice. Too busy getting hyped for Darkest Dungeon 2. Is Slay the Spire 2 going to be a Slay the Spire-like? What if Slay the Spire 2 is so good that people start referring to Spire-likes as Spire 2 likes? Oh my god. I might do that as a bit. That sounds funny to do, right? It happened with Diablo 2, did it really? Wild. So we want a panic button for next turn. I want to use this thing. I think we see what this draws. There's no harm. You get a panic button. And a fragment? Thanks for the vibe, month's humble brag. Coded in KY is just not a thing I would ever think to say about myself. Even if I were currently coded in KY Jelly, it would just never occur to me that I should draw attention to that. I reinstalled Diablo 2 because there was a new class and played for like 1 minute of the new class and was like, I don't want to play this game. And then I stopped. That's my recent exciting Diablo 2 news. Jagensen. Diablo 3 after the expansion was excellent. I don't remember which one that is. Was that the one where the meteor came down and then you rescued Cain and then Cain died? Sorry, spoilers. Was that 3? That was 3. Oh, that was the one where it released and it was really, really, really hard, and then they like patched it to be much easier after 2 months or something. I played a lot of that. Did I enjoy myself? Maybe. Interesting question. Maybe important to examine. I sure didn't actually get my core surge, despite talking about how it would be good to have core surge here. I think I'm okay though. Hey Trey, how are you? Rap is so fucking good. Hey Rainbow Trout, how are you? I do have to presumably kill this enemy somehow at some point. So that's currently the puzzle we're trying to solve. Still have a buffer stack. Going infinite would work. I also have insert or consume. Oh, I didn't use my buffer stack. Whoops. I just remember the last time I listened to the song. It was like 13 years ago. I can actually remember where I was sitting. God, music's so cool. God, music's so cool. 49, 53, 60. Why did I exhaust wound over burn? Wound is stuck in my hand with runic pyramid, and burn is not. What's the reason for that? You're about to say that my phone was ringing as though that made sense. It could make sense. I could install a landline, and then it could ring sometimes, and then when it rang, I could like answer it and have like, it would be like guests dialing in for a radio show or something. I feel like this isn't the worst idea we've had so far today. Let alone, like, overall in life or whatever. An X card could go hard. I have a reinforced body. I think I accidentally killed the heart. I was trying to go infinite, but it's dead, right? Oh no, anyway. Oop. That was a very strong run. What do we call this? Inserter, consume, pyramid, infinite. Just every way to win at the same time. Various, it's going alright. Usually only get to watch the VODs, but you're watching with Laksa for dinner. Used to me talking about the music without the music. I hope New Zealand is treating you well. Are you excited about the T20 World Cup? The format of this tournament has given me some amount of stress over the last, 4 days. Because instead of having quarterfinals, they have a group of 8, where there are 2 different 4-team round robins. And because of that, and the top 2 from each of the groups of 4 go through to the actual semifinals. But because of that, there were matches where one of the teams was mathematically already eliminated, and depending on how well they did, a different team would get into the semifinals. So you're watching a game where your team gets through or doesn't, based on how a different team, which is already eliminated from the tournament, does in a match that means nothing to them. I just feel so stupid. So stupid. No doubt, thanks for the 32 months. Appreciate it. The 2020 Cricket World Cup is ongoing. Co-hosted by Sri Lanka and India. Has my mic been clipping at all? Does it feel like my noise gate is stopping words that I was saying that you would have heard? Mic has been fine. Sounds good. Awesome. Why only have game audio for the Twitch video? Do you want to listen to the Slay the Spire music as well? Right now? Most people don't. Oh, are you asking why don't I put copyrighted music into a recording that I'm publishing on the internet? I'm not sure exactly which angle you're asking for. Oh. Will the Cricket World Cup last all year? T20 cricket lasts 3 hours. It's pretty comparable to baseball in length. I wanted to get like 60 wins in February. It is the last day of February, right? In 1 hour and 54 minutes, it will no longer be February for me. I got... Oh my god, that's 60! I had no idea, I hadn't checked. Just nailed it exactly. Well done, me. Congratulations, my subconscious, I guess. We had some decent periods in there. This is when I got sick. I like got sick, lost 4 in a row, didn't stream for 5 days. Unfortunate, but kind of back on track. I feel like we've had some good fun. Kept the runs pretty quick. It's hard to like... Say the spire results are weird because so many of the runs don't matter that much from the perspective of results. Like the runs that matter are the ones where you reasonably could have won or lost depending on whether you played well or not, whereas a lot of runs it's like, oh, I have Runic Pyramid and incredible Act 1 relics and am invincible. I guess I win. And that one doesn't really matter for your results, like it's in the spreadsheet, but it's kind of just in the way of the stuff that actually is important. Records over 100 in a month. 120 something, I think. I can't remember exactly. 124 maybe? I don't know. Might be more. I don't conceptualize that for myself as like a record. That's just like how much I played that month, basically. Like if I wanted to do more than that at the cost of doing other things, I'm very, very, very confident that I could. So it doesn't really like feel like an achievement. Kind of feels like a like, shouldn't you have been doing other things with your time? But that was during the pandemic, so the answer is mostly no. I was stuck inside. What am I gonna do in the last few days leading up to the race? I'll just like keep playing, and I guess we should do more of these card preview things, yeah? If I can log in. All right. Shambatat. Untapped.gg. Those of you who don't know what's going on, I'm partnered with Untapped.gg to make some Slay the Spire 2 guides and stuff. So one thing we're doing right now is looking through the preview cards and just kind of giving initial impressions. This is their like kind of wiki sort of card encyclopedia view, and yeah, we just have comments here. They will eventually make an overlay for the game where you'll be able to like get info about things inside the game. They'll probably do like a Twitch extension. They'll probably do all sorts of stuff. They're what was I about to say? Oh, there are a bunch of previews, and yeah, we're just kind of looking through them and making some early comments. I was going to say that they have supported other games in the past. I know them most for their Hearthstone stuff. They do hearthstonereplay.net, and they have like an overlay for people who are watching, a deck tracker thing, I think. and for their Magic the Gathering Arena overlay, where if you're watching somebody play Magic the Gathering Arena, you can like see what their deck list is and mouse over things on the screen and stuff like that. Apparently their Marvel Snap thing is pretty well appreciated by people. Lots of people use that. I don't know much about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Stormgate or Pokemon communities, so I'm not sure as much about these ones. But they want to do some stuff for Slay the Spire too, which is pretty sweet. And what they did with, sorry, I'll keep on explaining. What they found was that they have a lot of data. Actually, I've never like tried clicking into this stuff. So they have lots of data. There's like a meta snapshot based on 900,000 games analyzed, because like if you install their extension or their overlay or whatever, then your data is going to their servers and then they can run analytics on it and stuff like that. So they like auto-generate power rankings and stuff even pretty quickly after a new patch comes out. And then this stuff is paid for, apparently. I don't know what their payment scheme will be for Slay the Spire. I wanted to see if I could show you, they have Jeef doing like commentary on the cards, because this is all very like nerdy data stuff, and what they found was that people who wanted to use the overlays just for like casual play kinda were just seeing a bunch of numbers, and that wasn't that much fun. So they're partnering with me because they partnered with Jeef for Battlegrounds and found that having him kind of go through the cards and stuff and say like, this is like doing this thing and this goes in this archetype, that kind of stuff, made a lot more fun for people to use their product. So they wanted me to do sort of a similar thing for Slay the Spire. And that's what we're doing right now, is going through these card previews and just giving like an intro idea. If you're a new player to the series, what might you want to know about a card like this? That kind of idea. So, if you have thoughts about what a new player might want to know, feel free to share them. We can just kind of talk about the cards. I haven't looked at all of the previews, so I'm going to see a bunch of stuff that I haven't seen, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we'll just kind of go through that. Note on accuracy. Accuracy is a highly specific, but also a highly powerful card. If your deck supports playing enough shivs, it's very worth having. However, managing to support enough shivs might block you from pursuing other options down the line. Something like that. Oh, I did write the wrong your. That's like the opposite way from how people do it, too. Usually you do it the other way around, huh? Weird. Like I said, my brain's still like kind of booting up a little bit this week. You've never known what to think of accuracy. So I'll give like, that's like the intro player kind of blurb. I'll give you like a deeper thing about the card in Slay the Spire 1. Obviously Slay the Spire 2 is a different game, so I don't know if it will be exactly the same. It won't be exactly the same. I know it won't be exactly the same. I don't know how much the heuristics I have about cards from Slay the Spire 1 are going to matter in Slay the Spire 2. But in Slay the Spire 1, the thing about accuracy is that it builds very linearly. Like it gets stronger the more that you support it in a very like straight line kind of fashion, which puts it in kind of an interesting strategic space in Slay the Spire, believe it or not, because most like late game strategies aren't like that. A lot of late game strategies have like deal double damage or triple enemy poison or double your block or become intangible or play infinite cards in a turn. And all of those scale in a way that is non-linear. So accuracy is interesting in that way. You'll have runs which are very strong where you win with accuracy, but you also have some runs where you take a little bit of stuff towards supporting shivs and then don't get enough to overcome the fact that your scaling is quite linear. Anticipate gain 3 dexterity this turn. Okay, so I think that card's ass. In the bad way. But like it is also a common for zeros, so you don't expect it to be incredible. The challenge with a card like Anticipate is being able to know that you'll have enough cards that benefit from dexterity in your hand for it to have value. Especially if you're putting cards like this. That's too complicated. Watch out for tricks with debuff removal, which might let you prevent the dexterity from being removed at the end of your turn. Is this card good if you have a lot of draw and deflects? No. I mean, maybe. If you, like... This is getting into stuff that's way too complicated for, like, a beginner player again, but if you had an infinite already, it is possible that you would put one of these in your deck to make sure that you had enough block for certain fights where you couldn't play infinite cards per turn. If you had orange pellets, this card is likely okay. If you can support playing a power and an attack at the same time. I don't know if orange pellets is in Slay the Spire too, but if it is, and if you had it, there will be, like, think about Slay the Spire 1 stuff, because that's the way I can compare, right? There would be situations with Runic Pyramid where it was fine, where there would be situations with Wally Plants where it would be fine. It's a little bit strange because it's kind of a late game card, despite being a zero cost common. This card would not be good in Act 1 in Slay the Spire, I don't think. Think about that a bit. Like, I don't think I would be able to take it on floor 1. It's possible if I got, like, a Predator as my floor 1 reward, and then had a Predator in my deck, then I could take it. But later on in the run, if you have, like, a lot of card draw kind of thing going on, it is possible that this could become good. So it's a pretty interesting card. It's a little bit unique. It's unique in ways which are a little bit too tricky to describe fully. The fact that Blade Dance has exhaust written on it, I don't know if that's real. I wouldn't say that this necessarily makes the card better or worse. I would say that it makes the card pool terminate in a different place. Like, if Blade Dance has exhaust, then when you put Blade Dance in your deck, you are more likely to end up in, like, a poison deck or an infinite deck or something like that. And less likely to end up in a deck which just plays Blade Dance over and over again because your Blade Dance is gone after the first time you play it, right? Which is a buff to the card in Slay the Spire 1. In Slay the Spire 1, you don't really want your late game way to win to be to play tons of shivs. You want, like, to get through the first half of the game with shivs maybe and then win some other way. I don't know what Slay the Spire 2 will be like. And I don't really love the change in terms of, like, the health of the character late game, because I think Silence always struggled to have a reason to keep playing shivs in late game. But maybe that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting for shivs to be fun at the start of the run and then some sort of strong combo to be more the thing you do at the end of the run. Do we know that shivs exhaust in Slay the Spire 2? True. Yeah, maybe we don't know what shivs do. I think they exhaust. I think that would be weird. We don't know the upgraded versions of all the cards, no. Zephyr's looking very judgmental. Zephyr looks like he's confused about why there's a strange man in my home and all the lights are shining at him. Anyway, what do we say for this? Blade Dance deals 12 damage for 1 energy. Flexibly. Deals a flexible 12 damage for 1 energy. scales well with strength. How do you say procs for someone who doesn't understand what proc means? Activates relics or cards, which want you play multiple cards in the same turn. And let's see. Yeah. Keep in mind, because it exhausts, you won't be able to count on playing it multiple times in longer fights, but you'll also be able to get rid of it from your deck in situations where that's favorable for you, in fights where that's favorable. I think that gives people enough to think about. I'm not trying to solve the game, I've never even played it. Bullet time is returning. Bullet time is too many things. Is Jorbs secretly an AI? Jorbs is suing the AI companies because they trained the AI on his published writing, is what Jorbs is. I don't know how to write an M dash. Every time I need to write an M dash, I Google M dash. And then I copy, and then I paste it. That's how I write M dashes. Please actually do that. I am actually doing that. I am part of a class action lawsuit against, what's it, Hoozle? I forget which one, to be honest, but one of them. When I wrote my book, I didn't have a number pad on my keyboard, so, like, learning the number pad command for it is fine and all, but it doesn't work if you don't have a number pad. Cloak and Dagger. A solid both ways sort of card, which can become stronger later in the game because of how well it combines with so many different potential pickups. That said, the numbers on it are not very impressive by themselves. Dagger throw. Slay the Spire one. Discard synergies were a huge deal for Silence card pool. And so, Dagger throws discard one line was a significant upside on it. I'm not sure how important it'll be for Slate 2, but keep an eye out for situations where they could be beneficial. Is that actually me in the picture, and who is the man next to me? Silent Defend is... Silent Defend might be the best defend in the game because of her easy access to dexterity to buff its output. That said, it's still only a starter card. What do I mean by huge deal? Discard synergies were a common way to win the run. Silence discard strategies were a common way for her to win the run. So Dagger throws. Does that feels like it articulates better, yeah? How many hours of Satisfier 2 do I think before I get an infinite? It depends on if I try to get an infinite. Also depends on how they made the card pool. Like, you can probably go infinite on Ascension 0 on your first run, I assume. Get like a True Grit and a drop kit, and you're infinite, more or less. That sounds excellent, Isospalax, but also I already have a method which works fine, so I'm not going to learn anything new ever again in my life. Defect Defend is the best because you only get 4 of them. Ironclad Defend, you only get 4 of, and Ironclad has Corruption Dark Embrace. I don't think Defect Defend's the best one. Actually, I think that's a wild idea. There's no universe in which Defect Defend is the best one. Die, die, die. Die, die, die has unassuming text, but was possibly the best, but might have been the best possible card to add to your deck to improve Act 1 easy fights in Slay 1. Don't underestimate the value of a good number. Especially on a character a little light on damage in the early game. Nice that it exhausts, so it isn't in the way of late game strategies too much as well. Interesting to hear my thought that 5 plated armor for 1 HP was so strong, given Metallus has only okay. I said it was so strong? You just said it was okay, right? I don't remember what that card was called. I said it could be an okay stopgap to get you through early floors. I don't feel like that's really talking the card up too much. Or was I up to? Die, die, die. Cool. Venom, escape plan. Fan of Knives. Shivs now hit all enemies at 3 shivs in turn. Oh my god, they made electrodynamics for shivs? Wait, what about spikers? Sarah, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. I mean, that is very cool. It's a great name for the card, too, right? It's a gorgeous card. I think that this could cost 1, and it would still only be okay. Unfortunately. But maybe there are more shift synergies that I don't know about. Maybe. Fan of Knives, I certainly am. That could be my comment. That's a good comment. That's a good joke. Here's the thing. I don't think this card is very good. I suspect it's usually worse than Blade Dance, which is a common. But here's the other thing. It's so cool. At worst, it's a 2-cost Blade Dance. Yes, at worst it is a common that costs twice as much as the common would have. At rarity, rare. Finisher. Sure. Sly. Okay, do we know what Sly is? Does anybody know what Sly is? They nerf Blade Dance just so far too. It seemed a little overtuned in 1. I don't actually think Blade Dance is overtuned in Slay 1. I think it's fine. Play the card when discarded. Okay. Then a card gets played automatically if you discard it. So this is cool option to pick up with something like a dagger throw to get going in the early game. Nice that you can play it even if it's not for a huge number. Even if you don't draw it with a way to discard it. You take it in Act 1. It's so much worse than Sneaky Strike, in my opinion. But also, Sneaky Strike is like a pretty good card, so. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a lot worse than Sneaky Strike, but also probably okay. Anthony's username is Sneaky Sly. Do you think he named the Sly mechanic after himself? He is kind of sly. Maybe he did. Follow Through is a silent card? Oh, I'm thinking Follow Up. The Watcher card. Interesting. Discard 2 cards, add 3 shivs into your hand. Why do they keep printing uncommons and rares that are worse than a Blade Dance? Let's try to say something more constructive than that. I would guess that unupgraded it costs 1. I don't know. Okay, this is completely immaterial. I don't even know if Unceasing Top is in Slay the Spire 2. But in Slay the Spire 1, if you had this card, would you draw a card before the 3 ships went in your hand? If you, like, played it, discarded your last cards, you have 0 cards for, like, a brief moment while the card is resolving. Do you draw a card in that brief moment? Or do you just add the 3 shivs and you have to play the 3 shivs before you draw a card? I remember Casey saying he hates upgrades that just reduce the cost. They are kind of boring and also they're very strong, so I get it. It's like a weird Storm of Steel but at uncommon. Yeah. I will say it is slightly better than Storm of Steel, in my opinion. There should be a state check after the discard. Should be or is? I hope there are still a decent number of ways to get energy. I'm sure there are. Are you fucking serious? Sorry, I was just looking ahead. This exists? Good lord. Are they reprinting Calculated Gamble? That's a power fantasy right there. That's wild. Okay, okay, back here. We're still stuck on Hidden Daggers. Sly is when the card is discarded, it gets played automatically. Yeah. Watch out for ways to make this work with discard synergies. Also, keep in mind that discarding cards before generating shivs can be good because the game has a max hand size. Situational card, but the situation it's good in might come up more often than you would expect. I'm gonna say than I'd expect. I'm not gonna assume that I know what somebody else would expect. Do we have to... I'm just gonna write hand size like that. The red underlines are wrong about how we spell some words for our game. That's fine. Build your own soft lock. This card is hilarious, and I am looking forward to finding out how many different ways it can crash the game. Like, what happens if you give a bunch of cards which all draw and discard cards? Sly. You just walk away from the computer for a while and come back to see if you won. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like people should have some fun with this. I'm not going to try to solve it for you yet. Really cool card. Not sure if it's actually good. I would like conceptualize this as a card which exists to make sure you can win in a certain direction, which isn't necessary to win in that direction. But it's kind of like Deva form for Watcher, where like Watcher decks sometimes will have like a decent amount of card draw and stuff to do with energy and things, but not quite have come together yet. And if you put a Deva form in them and then you play the Deva form in the fight, now you like just guaranteed win that fight. Whereas like you could have probably won with that deck without Deva form. Deva form's not necessary for winning in that way with Watcher. Just like a way to guarantee that a deck that wasn't quite there yet without it wins. It kind of... that's how I would think about it. A 3-cost do nothing until your next redraw is pretty deadly. I think you're overestimating how hard it is. Both for Silent to get to her next redraw probably, but also to like play one card one time. Like this is a card which is good for the boss fight. It's like you don't need this to be good against Bird Cultist or something. He said, "Oh, for returning players, in my head, this card is sort of comparable to Deva form. If that's useful to you, then I'm happy." Sly means that when the card is discarded, it plays automatically. Discarded during your turn? That's always been kind of a confusing thing, because you can have like, at the end of your turn you discard your hand, right? I don't feel like that's very well explained anywhere inside the Spire one. That end of turn discard doesn't count for something like Reflex, whereas discarding it with Survivor does count. Good old neutralize. Neutralize does okay in Act 1 and sometimes remains relevant because of its weak application later in the game. You can upgrade it if you want, but you can also try to aim higher than that. We don't know how much it costs. It costs 0, I think. Piercing Whale. For the last 8 years, the entire Slay the Spire community has been upholding a silent pact to not tell the devs how strong Piercing Whale is so that they won't nerf it. Feel free to win with the card, but avoid doing anything that might get it nerfed to more reasonable numbers. For a better explanation, against enemies with multiple attacks or in fights with multiple enemies, this is a common which can block for 20 plus for 1 energy, which is massively massively more than other commons can block for. Massively more than commons can usually block for, which can effectively block. Not to mention things it does to awaken 1 or time meter. Yeah, that doesn't go in a beginner player blurb, but also I don't know if that will still exist in Slay the Spire 2. If we already know the cards, why has no one made Slay the Spire 2 yet? That's true. That's true. I'll try to have it out tomorrow. Poison Stab is a solid and non-committal damage card. You can put it in your deck, and it'll help you out in some early fights. But it doesn't mean you have to go only for poison damage in the run or anything like that. Also, you can also skip it. Dealer's choice, really. That's such a... It's it's just an okay card. In a lot of different ways that makes it useful sometimes, but not tragic to miss out on. Are gonna steal things in 74 months. Such a good photo of me and Zephyr. Thank you. Yeah, I have to get headshots done again. I have a friend who does media work for Amazon who might direct a head shoot thing for me, which is kind of exciting, but also I kind of hate having my picture taken, which is the entire thing that happens at those. I also like this change to reflex. I'm just thinking about some of the things it means, like how this interacts with Snekoi, for example. I don't know. Bullet time? The interaction with bullet time is kind of funny. Yay, I can play reflex now. And you have the bullet time debuff. Yeah. It'll be unusual, not impossible, for you to want to play this for 3 energy. Usually it'll be a card which can draw you through your deck if you have the appropriate discard enablers, like Dagger Throw, into your deck. Shadow Mel. Strike the Silent. We don't know enough for me to say what silent strikes are like. In Slay 1, silent strikes were important for her to be able to get through early elite fights and could have some nice combos with vulnerable or deal more damage next turn sorts of effects. Deal next damage, do more damage turn, or deal damage for each attack played this turn. Those effects, I don't know how great they'll be in Slay 2, though. She tends to be a character more focused on shivs if she's playing attacks at all. Tactician having a card cost would be funny. It would be funny. Is it funny for me to just not leave an evaluation for Sucker Punch? I don't know if I've ever thought about this card in my life. I might just consider not thinking about it. Ooh, I like the Survivor art. Comma, splice, and the last sentence. Especially when I'm tired, my sentences start to lose punctuation and be very run-on. Sucker Punch is too weak now. Fascinating. See, the amount that I've thought about Sucker Punch is low enough that I didn't know that that was different. And then, because it's worth picking up more often, that means it's less worthwhile to upgrade Neutralize, since you'll have a different way to weaken things. And then that means the thoughts go on forever if you want them to. I'm losing my mind. I should write things which are more useful to people who are new to the game and less interested in me having a mental breakdown. Okay, cool. More than one this. In Slay 1, silent strikes are important for her to be able to get through early elite fights. And it could also Have some nice combos with vulnerable. Deal more damage next turn, or deal damage for each attack played this turn. Sorts of effects. Oh, do you want this comma here? The Oxford comma or whatever? I still don't actually know what you want. Trigonometry, thank you for the 45 months. You can spend a long time thinking about how everything, honestly, the spire connects to everything else if you want to. There might not be a clothesline, giving the emphasis on vulnerable for Ironclad. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I remember reading at some point that the characters had fewer cards now, but it's possible that I was, like, imagining that. I've been learning a lot about neural networks recently, and one way you can teach a neural network a game, this is called mu0, is the algorithm. You have another neural network which learns to predict what will happen in the game, and then you have the neural network look at a state from the actual game, and then it simulates what might happen using the other neural network, which is good at predicting what might happen in the game. And so you get, like, this is important for games where you can't serialize the situation. Like, this was used when they made a bot for Dota, I think. Because you can't, like, copy the situation in Dota and reproduce it exactly. There's no, like, support for doing that in the game. And so they just had to train a neural network to imagine what would happen if you kept playing the game, so that the neural network they were training to play the game could, like, simulate lots and lots of different possible things to do. Which means that the engine was learning by just imagining a game of Dota, which led to me thinking, I could learn how to play Slay the Spire by just, like, sitting in my room imagining that I was playing runs. And then I was like, would I be good at that? It's interesting. I don't know. Would I? Like, you, like, start at the whale bonus? Like, I can do a decent amount of that. I've never, like, thought that it would be useful before, but, like, I kinda can. How do you randomness? You just kinda, like, use your intuition about how often different things happen. It's like playing chess with no board. But Slay the Spire has randomness, right? And so there's more than that. Because you also have to think, like, okay, so I, like, what does the map generation look like? And then you, like, imagine a random map. You just, like, pull a map from your head. I don't know. I, like, kind of can do that. It had never occurred to me before in my life that that could potentially be useful for any reason. But, like, the next time on a plane, maybe I'll just try playing games of Slay the Spire in my head and see what it's like. I don't know. The thing is, you don't get advantage from that because you can only play one game at a time in your head or in the game. But, like, I can play more than one game at a time in my brain. Or I could play a run really fast. Like, a lot of the times I can collapse. I do think ahead in games, right? But often when I think ahead in a run of Slay the Spire, I collapse it. So, like, it's halfway through Act 2, I have, like, a Bouncing Flask Catalyst or Wraith form. I can already identify there are, like, 5 turns left in the game that are very dangerous, and I can think about those, and the path from where I'm at to those turns collapses largely. I don't have to consider it. And I have a lot of intuition that is useful that a neural network couldn't really have about, like, which moments of the rest of the run are really important to focus on. I guess a neural network could have that eventually if you deliberately put learning that into its architecture, but I don't think, like, most neural network architecture does that. Anyway, I don't know. I've been training a neural network on Slay the Spire, and it's been very fun. I'm learning a lot. It's just a good time. Imagine getting bad RNG in your fantasy STS run that you control. Yeah, like just like raging, like just sitting there on the plane, eyes closed, and then you like punch the back of the chair in front of you. Get escorted off at the other end of the flight. This is literally the INTJ crisped potato snacks meme. Is it really? I don't test as INTJ on Myers-Briggs, believe it or not. But it might be because I'm so INTJ that I learned how to test down the middle in every category on Myers-Briggs tests because I thought that that was like a better way to be a rounded person. I'm not sure. You can just imagine throwing the controller. You wouldn't assume that a sufficiently large and well-trained neural net wouldn't have that without it being added specifically. Usually Monte Carlo is added specifically to neural networks as a thing. It's put in their architecture and there are rules about how to use it. Yeah, this is the survivor analysis where we're analyzing survivor. Gain 8 block, discard 1 card. A valuable in class defining starter card. Survivor makes all your slide cards a lot more pickable. And gives you the ability to survive longer in easy fights, while poison cards ramp up damage on enemies. If I was playing a game from the 2000s with cheat codes, would I do the cheat codes in my mind? My dad let me play Doom when I was a kid. Oh, Well-Laid Plans is back, okay. I guess it should be. My dad let me play Doom when I was a kid because I walked in on him having a network party, a LAN party with his friends from work when I was like 6. My mother was very strictly non-violence. Like I wasn't allowed to even pretend to shoot a gun in like playing Cops and Robbers or something like that. But my dad was like, no, it's just a video game. Chill out. It's okay. So I was allowed to play Doom. But then I was like 6, so I'd like get trapped in a lava pit and die, or get trapped in a room and not be able to get past the enemies, and then I'd start crying. And so my dad would give me the cheat codes. Like he'd give me God mode, which let me get through the rooms with the enemies, but then I'd get trapped in a lava pit and not be able to die, so they didn't have to give me the like no clip mode as well. But he wouldn't tell me how to do the cheat codes myself because my dad thought that cheating was bad. So like my mother was strictly non-violence and then my dad was strictly non-cheating. And the result was that sometimes I would just be sitting at my computer in a lava pit. like yeah. Anyway. Well, laid plans. Perhaps. Definitely. One of the top 5 defining silent. One of the top 5 character defining cards of play the spire one. Laid plans perfectly supports silence, desire to put together clever combos of cards or hold onto defense for against big attacks while scaling up poison damage in longer fights. Great with tons of individual cards to like Piercing Whale. Example. Imagine if the reason we haven't seen a single upgraded card is because they removed upgrades. We have seen a single upgraded card. We saw Hidden Daggers. I got through the silent cards. That wasn't so bad. So anyway, I kind of went into a trance state, and then and then an hour later I had blurbs written for the silent cards. Okay, we can do defect. Yes. I think I can get these done. Rainbow. God, there's so much to actually say about Rainbow, though. There are definitely cards you've seen in the trailer that are not in the list. If you are invested in it... Whoa, I just noticed the picture is different. Different color. Depending on which character I am. Commenting on. But also kind of like I am the silent because the background's green. Oh, it's wild. If you're very invested in the site having the cards as quickly as possible, you can join the Discord and like ping with examples, and I'm sure they would appreciate that. They're currently like trying to get all of the infrastructure up to support the game, right? So there's just kind of a lot going on. I'm trying to get like the ability to put articles on the site, get everything in place to have a like database for the game, runs, stuff like that. So quite a lot of work being done right now. How many cases is Rainbow just a good card if it said evoke 3? Like if the orbs didn't channel and it just evoked the 3 orbs you had? That is a pretty bad card. It would be possible for it to be good. I can think of situations where it would be good, but it sounds like a pretty bad card. Okay, Rainbow. Rainbow is flexible enough that there are lots of reasons it might be good, but its raw numbers aren't such that it's guaranteed to always be good. Anything which benefits from varied orbs makes it better. Any specific reasons to care about the orbs channels make it better. The fact that it exhausts might be useful if you're hoping to play a smaller deck built around a few specific cards later in the run. Lots to think about for a fairly straightforward card. Oh, I can't see like bot stuff. Did a bot thing happen? Current price of hay. Oh. Thank you, iPod Dodd. Appreciate you. Wait a second. Oh, this scene doesn't have the right bot. I just realized. We have to get the proper memes involved. Sorry about that. Alright. Every exhaust doesn't plague the deck to resolve. Yeah. You kinda have to say that over and over again. I don't know. It's weird, right? Like, it would be nice to just have one place where you wrote that once and then it was applied to every card with exhaust, I guess. You could do that with a glossary. I think we might be planning to do that with a glossary even. Y'all skulls! We're 14 damage for 1 is a great deal. The defect doesn't scale up very well off of attacks, and the random targeting is a real downside. Useful pickup at the start. Some runs, definitely not an auto pick. What are we up to tonight? We are writing summaries, like kind of like new player info for all the cards that Untapped has on their spoilers page. And I'm about to get into characters I've never looked at before. So my opinions on these are going to be useless. How cool is that? All right. 48 total cards. I am about to give you a rundown of my opinions of the Necrobinder class without ever having played the class, without knowing what the keywords do. Maybe I should wait until I've played like one run, huh? I mean, we can definitely like react to the card. No fucking idea what this does. Okay, chat. What is Doom? What are souls? What is summon? I think, well, also what is Osti? I don't know what Osti is either. When Doom exceeds the enemy's max HP, the enemy dies. Doom is poisoned with no damage. At the end of an enemy's turn, not even at the beginning of their turn? Wow, that's slow. I mean, they have playtesters, so I assume that it is balanced reasonably. Weird. Time's up. Okay, so like, I'm sorry, are there like, a lot of these cards seem really bad. These are in 2 places. Apply 21 Doom to all enemies. Is the strength of the character in the hand summon, maybe? Yeah, it seems like a lot of the strength of the character is probably in its hand. She, her pronouns for Necrobinder. Okay. Whenever you play a soul, summon 3. My assumption is that someone would make the hand have, like, summon 3 would make it have 3 health and deal 3 damage, and that at the end of your turn, it would deal its attack damage to a random enemy, and that it would get attacked before you did? Maybe? But I literally don't know what the character's mechanics do. So I don't think I should write a bunch of summaries on the cards. I'm also like, I'm charging per hour for this, and you know, when I'm like trying to make the content fun to watch and stuff, it feels like that's in the spirit of making good content for the website, which I will leave on screen here. But when I'm literally just writing stuff where I don't even know what the character does, it feels like that's a bit of an abuse of the contract. I don't know. What does Regent say? Guiding Star. Deal 12 damage next turn, draw 2 cards. Venerate gains 2 blue. Falling Star, deal 7 damage, apply 1 weak and 1 vulnerable. Guards, transform any number of cards in your hand into minion, sacrifice, and exhaust. Hidden Cache, gain a blue, next turn gain 3 blue. At the start of your turn, add 1 random colorless card to your hand. Magnetism. Yeah. Cool. Forge 8, move Sovereign Bleed to your hand from anywhere. Deal 5 damage, deals 3 additional damage for each card you created this combat. Oh, they made just the jankiest character. Yes. Okay, I like this one, I think. Heavily Drill I've seen. This card is like... Whirlwind was already pretty good, right? A bit of power creep. I mean, it is a rare. Cool. Yeah, I'm not going to try to write blurbs for characters I've never played. That's just kind of like... I'll play them and before trying to tell you how to play them. Okay. Gold Axe. Deal damage equal to the number of cards played this combat. Whoa. You could play a lot of cards. Slay the Spire 1. Some decks could play 10 plus cards per turn easily. So this card has high potential for sure. Seems like a win more card. That said, probably isn't very good when if all you have is your starter deck. Or if your strategy doesn't involve spamming lots of cards somehow. Interesting, dynamic and co-op mode. I think that's worth mentioning. If you're already winning, you don't need to do it more. Isn't that the entire point of everything? To keep winning more? Card that mostly only helps if you're already winning anyway. Yeah, I just don't agree with that. I think that a one-cost attack that deals like 15 damage is very good in decks which would lose without it. Card kind of functions like an Eviscerate. Yeah. Yeah, Eviscerate's a decent comparison. I think I would rather have an Eviscerate by a long way. But this works in other things. Or like a Rampage. Yeah, I like a Rampage. Seems to scale inversely with how broken your deck is. I think, like, in Silent runs, for example, thinking about Silent, because that's the character that, to me, in Slay the Spire 1, this would most naturally be good on. There are an awful lot of turn 1s where I go, like, Acrobatics, Adrenaline, Calculated Gamble, Blade Dance, Footwork, Well-Laid Plans, and then Gold X is already hitting for 10 after one turn, with further upside coming in the fight. Not incredible. Would rather have Eviscerate. And kind of a good use case for it. Yeah. It's not incredible. but it's fun. I feel like that's in keeping with what I wrote. Mostly. Oh, colorless. +1 shift damage. Nice. Well, you might play it more than one time, right? In a fight. You could potentially play it twice, or even 3 times. At the start of your turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies, and increase this damage by 5. They were like, you know what players are telling us about alpha? They're telling us that alpha deals damage too quickly. What if we made it slower? Very cool. Hard to be able to slot into a defensive deck. It's upfront. Numbers aren't fast enough. Call it great. And 3 is a lot to spend. But there will be some runs where this lets you win in a very fun way. It's better than the bomb. This deals 15 AoE damage in the time it takes the bomb to deal 40 AoE damage and costs 1 more. Like, I don't want to just leave a comment on a cool new rare card that's like, this card is shit. But I mean, it doesn't seem great. It'd be good at 1 energy even. It would be an okay card in certain defensive decks at 1 energy. At 1, it's Combust, which is okay. It isn't. It doesn't deal damage until the start of your turn. So Combust, you play it, and at the end of that turn, you deal 5 damage, right? So after the turn you played it, Combust is at 5 damage, and this is at 0. Then after the next turn, Combust is at 10 damage, and this is at 5. And then it's only 3 turns. After 3 turns from playing the card, that this catches up to Combust. But it costs 3 instead of 1. Yeah. It doesn't deal 1 damage to you. It probably deals like 25 damage to you. For different reasons. Oh my god, Scrawl is colorless? No! What? Oh my god. Oh my god. They were really like, we're not gonna bring Watcher back, she was too broken. Let's just instead make everything in the game that broken. Max hand size is 10 in this game. This card is very, 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 very strong. Combos, especially, well, with powers, which are worth getting in play quickly. And cards, which gain energy, or let you play other cards. Why? Seeing Scrawl in the colorless pool does actually suggest to me that Watcher is just not ever going to be a thing. I don't know. This was July 16th of last year. If it were like 6 months earlier than that, I'd be like, oh, maybe they've changed it by now. But it was in the Niao's letter. Like, that's a pretty official place to announce something, right? Wild. Wild. Not, honestly, the Spire one, this was arguably the strongest rare card on Watcher, who was almost unanimously considered the strongest character. Giving all characters access to it by making it colorless puts a lot of potential power into the game. Maybe something like that. Too many varies. I should use a synonym of strong, is what I should actually do. I shouldn't use vary at all. I tend to like say like very, very, very because it's like in my voice, which a lot of people enjoy. Because a lot of people watch my streams, they're very familiar with how I talk. But as a writer, what I should really say is like, this card is formidable. This card is a tour de force. This card is a wet dream. I'm not even gonna write that onto their website. What if it caches somehow? This card is this card fucks. Yeah, that's how I would say it if I was talking with Caleb, for sure. A very tour de force. What if we just started with this? Let's say this by one, this was arguably the strongest rare card on Watcher. Who was almost unanimously considered the strongest character. Watcher doesn't seem to be in, say, the Spire 2. So it has been repurposed for the colorless pool. Giving all characters access to it puts a lot of potential power into the game. Max hand size is 10, by the way. Secret technique. What do you even say about Secret Technique? Secret Technique's a weird card because it's a rare colorless, and the effect isn't really worth paying 200 for in almost any deck. So it just doesn't end up in your deck very often. And then when it is in your deck, it's like, fine. Like, it's better than not having it, but it's okay. It's obscene if you have, like, a triple Omniscience Watcher run or something to make sure you can draw one quickly, or a triple Seek a Defect run or something. But most of the decks which win by playing the right skill on the right turn don't actually need Secret Technique to do that in Slay the Spire 1. Like, they have other ways to ensure that that happens, which didn't require having a colorless rare in your deck that you can't usually get. It's better than Secret Weapon, generally. I mean, I don't even know if that's true, but probably. If you miss on Scroll, you can take this instead. You can look at it and think, I could have drawn 10 cards. And instead I will search for my defend. If Master Strategy is in the game, its upgraded version is strictly worse than Scroll Plus. Interesting. Maybe its upgraded version is Scroll. Are we confident colorless cards are obtained the same way in Slay the Spire 2? No, we're not. We don't know that. Also, what is the same way, right? Like in Slay the Spire, Ritual Dagger looks like it's the same thing as Scroll, but actually the way, well, no, not Scroll, as Secret Technique, but actually the way that you get them is completely different. What other Wonder cards would be good colorless cards? Oh, Lesson Learned would be a really fun one. Yeah, I hope for that too. That would be awesome. I would love for other characters to get to play Lesson Learned runs. I think that would be really interesting. Because there's also a new strategic space, Lesson Learned. Like, you do not usually play runs where you're getting rewarded for stalling the fight and your deck is constantly upgrading over time on other characters. That's like a very weird condition set to play a run under. So yeah, that would be a really cool one. I also hope that becomes a colorless card. Wish could be cool. Wish I'd be less excited about than Lesson Learned. I think the way that Wish plays is a little bit degenerate and boring, I don't know. But sure. Scroll is an event card which you get as a reward if you play a separate Slay the Spire 1 Watcher run. You get Scroll if you leave a 5-star review on the App Store. Can you say that with Hand Upgrade in a sense? Yeah. Yeah. Like Lesson Learned and Hand Upgrade are interesting in somewhat comparable ways. Different though, but Hand Upgrade wants you to go to lots of shops and you'll get relics and stuff and card removes. Lesson Learned wants you to go to hallway fights and like build your deck a little bit differently. I don't know what to say about Secret Technique. Secret Technique is cool. I don't know what to say. Like usually it just kind of it isn't situational because it's always fine. But in every situation it does something very different. So how do you like make a summarized evaluation of it? I'm just gonna say that. I wouldn't say Secret Technique was situational, because it's basically always good. However, in every different situation, it does something different. So it's hard to summarize it as a card. Maybe versatile is the right word. If you can get one for cheap, it'll be nice to have, but it's not so powerful that many decks want to spend a lot of gold buying it. Is always as good as the card it gets. It isn't though, because it removes the card from your draw pile, right? Like, if you Secret Technique a Catalyst, that isn't as good as having another Catalyst if what you needed was Catalyst, because you don't have a second Catalyst that you can draw later as well. Oh, Secret Weapons here as well. Secret Weapon does well in decks which have varied effects on their attacks. For example, one attack that draws cards, one that deals area of effect damage, one that applies debuffs to enemies. You get the idea. That way you can find the attack you need on the turn you need it. My capitalization has been all over the place here. Seeking Strike. Whoa. That's really fun. I have no idea if that's good or not. Wow. That's cool. I might play with this a bit and change my opinion on it entirely. One of the reasons it's hard to evaluate is that Slay the Spire is weird about choosing cards from your deck. Sometimes it chooses every card with the same frequency, and sometimes it chooses cards by name. So, depending on which code was used in Slay the Spire 1, it might be possible for this to get 3 strikes, and it might not be possible for it to get more than 1 strike. And also, like, the density of strikes in the random pool would be different. I would expect that this can get 3 strikes. If you think about a turn of Slay the Spire, you draw 5+ cards. You don't want to play all of them, actually. I don't know, that's a very unique effect that I don't have a great sense for. I think it's usually pretty bad, would be my guess. It just doesn't deal enough damage. Like, comparing to Pommel Strike... Okay. When I say bad, I mean, like, presumably you have to pay for this card, or maybe you get it from an event. I don't know. I also don't know how you get it. It's a common? What? Oh, this is going to be like a thing on Regent, huh? It's going to be like a... Okay, I think this is for a character that I don't know, is what I'm ending up on here. Which means that the evaluation gets even weirder. Inorganic. Oh, it could be a modification to strike? Oh, good point. Has anybody actually, like, looked at this interview or whatever? Like, I guess we could have actually looked at the interview and seen. Oh no, I've seen this. I have no recollection of this. I didn't look at the cards in this almost at all. I chewed that interview up to make my Do Not Play Slay the Spire shitpost video. That was a lot of fun. It's a good interview video. This looks like a modification for Strike, which is really cool. Being able to turn your starter cards into useful parts of the deck later in the game instead of just removing or ignoring them. Adds a fun dimension to the game. Oh, Soul draws 2 cards, okay. Sovereign Blade's here as well. Okay, so Regent has a bunch of colorless stuff. Yeah. Cool. Shiv. What? No, it doesn't. That's with the power in play. I'm gonna actually ping them for that one. They released the card set for Slay the Spire 2. We're just looking at like spoilers that have been shown over the course of the last year and a half or however long it's been since the game was announced. How close is the power level of drawing 1 of 3 value compared to drawing 3? I would say it is somewhere between a third and a half as good as drawing 3, but I might be wrong. I would say it's between a third and 2/3 as good as drawing 3. But also situational. There are times when it's better if you have like 9 cards in hand, for example. So this Spire 1, does a power ever change the wording of a card other than numbers? Oh. Cool point. No, I don't think so. I think in general in Slay the Spire 1 they didn't change the wording on cards that much, and the only thing that really changed for the most part on cards was the numbers and then the names. The names would show you if it was upgraded, but then like what an upgraded Shiv did was always the same, so you never had to think about that. Double and triple? That's an upgrade, not a power, right? Cool. Shiv, Shiv, Shiv. Serves are a ton of fun. How many can you play in a turn? I don't know. We'll just do something like that. Draw 2 cards and exhaust for 0. If you love spamming lots of cards, Soul may be right for you. Yeah, this is a Regent card. Soul Generation may be right for you. Sovereign Blade, retain, deal, and damage. Cool. Cull had a blade. Sweet. Very flavorful. Regent card with support for buffing and playing it more often in the card pool. My bad. This is why I shouldn't be typing stuff for characters I've never played. Not too difficult to imagine this getting out of control. And some runs. How many more? So many colorless cards. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, choose a card from it and put it into your hand. Okay, this depending on how this resolves, this looks like it makes you infinite with a lot of stuff. The thing where, like, if you're playing a reasonably sized deck which shuffles every now and then, this lets you get your strongest card quickly is, like, whatever. That's fine. Honestly, not that strong, but okay. The thing where if you're playing a deck which shuffles often, I feel like this probably makes, like, Finesse infinite block by itself. No, because you have to shuffle your draw pile. This is a thing that I'd have to look at the card pool and think more about, and then also understand when exactly to choose a card trigger resolved in the shuffling process. To have a great sense for what exactly it did. I'd actually break infinites sometimes, weirdly. Slow card draw or makes you infinite, no in between. That isn't a bad comment, to be honest. 2 obvious moons for this card are 1. I slow tutor in a deck which is fair and shuffles every few turns. 2. The 2 moves to this card that I consider are a completely broken enabler in a deck. I like that subscription. Loves to pwn, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Feels like playing in an infinite would feel worse than scrying an infinite. Yes, it would feel awful to play in an infinite, having to click the screen over and over again and stuff. Agree. It has some cards which help it gain more energy and draw cards to shuffle again. Something like that. People gonna know what broken means? Probably. I don't know. Deal 12 damage. At the start of your next turn, return this to your hand. Thrumming Hatchet. That's a really fun card. I like that card. I like that card a lot. I think this game's going to be good. There have been several cards I've looked at and been like, oh wow, that's fun. Like, I don't know quite how to evaluate it. But it's interesting. It's different from anything that was in Slay the Spire 1. It doesn't seem obviously overpowered. I can see how it changes a run so that you have different considerations to build your deck around. So it's going to like push you out of building the same thing every time, probably. Quite a lot of these things. That's cool. Yeah, I like this card. I like the look of this card a lot. And I love how it pushes you toward a unique sort of deck where you're playing a single medium strength attack regularly while presumably trying to stay alive or scale up with the rest. Energy. I don't know how great it will end up being, but at minimum, a 1-cost attack that deals 12 is always going to be passable at the start of a run. Does it come back even when exhausted? It sounds like it only comes back if it's played. So you'd have to play it and then like get it back again to exhaust it after playing it. And then would it come back? I think it would, based on how I read it, but I don't know. I do not know. Is the characters thing live? Can you see that on the website if you look at the website? I think this is live. Cool. Whoa! Cool. The Ironclad. A total of 26 cards. Strength build. Barricade build. Exhaust build. Cool. I think that's a pretty good class summary. Should I read the Necrobinder and Should I read about the Necrobinder in Regent, or should I wait? I feel like I don't want Untapped's opinions yet. You suspect it comes back based on the ambiguity always results in favor of the player design philosophy of Slay the Spire 1. Is that in the favor of the player to have a 12 damage 1 cost attack come back in your hand? I don't know. Maybe. I guess if it isn't, you shouldn't put it in your deck. You are correct, Godolini. It's because I had my mod trilogy installed, and how my mod trilogy works changes in tangible. It's not actually a bug with the mod trilogy. It's like an incompatibility. You can't play the base characters and have my mod character trilogy installed at the same time without some stuff changing. But it was like deliberate that intangible got changed in that way. For my second character that I was working on, it had a lot of intangible mechanics. Sweet, that was fun. I had a good time looking at those. What was that, like an hour and a half or something? I hope you enjoyed it too. I could play another run, or I could stop streaming. Probably there are other things I could do too. Another one for the fans. It is 11:48 p.m. I think I'm gonna go to sleep. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I may stream tomorrow, or I might not. I will definitely be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Slay the Spire's out on Thursday? And then I'll presumably be streaming for like a lot of hours for a long time. I've got pretty much... I'll actually tell you right now. I have like rules for myself. I have to eat like a solid meal every 4 hours while I'm streaming. Like, not like dinner sized, but like I need to eat some amount of food every 4 hours. I need to like take a little break to walk around every 2 hours. I need to leave my house every day, and I need to hang out with people other than my partner at least once a week. I need to see my partner like multiple times a week. But other than that, like pretty much got my schedule cleared. So I'll try to work like at least 60 hours a week or something. Should be a really good time. I hope to see ya there.